Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Playing the Euro Truck some more today. Hopefully, we'll get to level 25. We've got a big, long $100,000 worth trip booked in here. So, we'll be going all the way to Turkey. So, that'll be interesting. That'll probably be some good XP too for get towards that level 25. So please like, share, and follow would be muchly appreciated. We'll pin that. We'll just make sure everything's working, all the good stuff. Get the poll up there. Today's question should be an interesting one, I think. And we'll get things started here. There we go. Make sure we can see them here. Go. And quickly just make sure that I can hear myself appropriately. You know how it is. You gotta make sure. So let's see here. Here seems to sound okay. Can't test the game sound because unfortunately, to go to that screen to check the sound, it's outside of the game sound area. But how goes, I guess. Mark, or Kobe, thank you for being here. Hello, Jacob. Decided to be a stream. Should you stream on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or all of them? Fire Devil, what's up with you? I don't know. You could always try a little bit of each and then see what you like, I guess. You know, every platform works a little differently for everybody. One thing about Facebook and YouTube is that they're algorithmic, and that can work to your advantage. Joey, thank you for sharing, and thank you for liking Fire Devil and Jacob and Kobe. So I mean, algorithms can work for you or against you. So there's that. I think going multi-streaming is a little bit challenging because there's more screens to pay attention to. So in that aspect, it can be more challenging for many people. So I don't know. Some people will claim it's good for it, and some won't. I prefer personally to focus on one, and maybe if you want to try more than one platform, you could do alternate days or something, and then and if you find you like one better than the other, then you can focus on that. But I mean, really, it's a little bit different for everybody. Even growing a year or two ago, I'm sure is different than growing now. So in that aspect, there'll be all sorts of new considerations, but it's tricky. And grow slowly. Don't it's make it a hobby and make sure it's something you like, and if eventually if you find that you're doing really well at it, then you can always go harder and harder into it, right? You want to be a content creator on YouTube, not just streaming. Well, it's good, I mean, you can do that without streaming to YouTube. It's just like on Facebook, you can do different things too. So yeah, it's kind of different. One thing that you'll find that with Twitch, I didn't mention that one is algorithmic, is that can be a good thing or a bad thing. But with Twitch, it's really, really hard because in the aspect that it isn't algorithmic, so you don't get exposed to new people. You have to, work hard to build up, and if you look at the position you are in the game, for example, if you're playing a popular game, you have to have 2,000 people to follow you to be able to spot you without scrolling. So in that aspect, algorithms can be beneficial because they can expose you to people sooner. But can't find a niche. You're thinking about games, but other things too. Oh, okay. I guess I have the right of way here, eh? I could just go for it. Dr. Pepper for the win. Just grabbed a case today. You guys ever try the alternative flavors of different things? You don't drink soda. Well, you choose Coke. Oh, there you go. You can just choose whatever you want then. But yeah, there's all sorts of things. Not Friday yet. Thursday. Thursday for me. Happy Good Friday to you, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. And the thing about trying different platforms is you can also get that practice of talking, essentially practice talking to yourself, right? Because you gotta get that experience of kind of looking at your chat and responding, as well as keeping trying to talk as much as you can in other times, because it's one of those things that makes it more interesting to watch a stream. I think is it the streamer's talking. Speaking of that, we should turn on that radio, eh? I haven't downloaded any new songs yet though. Let's put on random. Hear the chicken song over and over. There we go. Put the mark first. Oh yeah, the exclamation point has to go at the beginning. But yeah, the main thing is play what you enjoy. If you're gonna do a game stuff, play what you enjoy. You don't want it to become work, right? I like the sim and open world games myself, but yeah, if you're doing other things, then that's good too. It's fine, whatever you're into, right? One of the guys I play the hockey night game with there, he's into cooking, so he decided to make himself a cooking YouTube. Guess we'll be turning here. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting world. Don't stress too much, just kind of relax and let things come a bit. And hey Brody, you gotta do the exclamation mark at the beginning of that. And of course, just realize that when you're a streamer, if you're trying to grow, probably most of the advice things will tell you that there's more to it than the on-screen stuff. There's actually quite a bit of behind-the-scenes work, planning things and building and stuff like that. Yeah, learn to stop and enjoy the scenery of life. That's right. So, a lot of people will go really, really hard and stream like 15 hours a day or whatever, but then, they're really not doing a lot of the other things you kind of need to do, And even when you get partnership, you know, if you get partnership at some point, you know, that's just the beginning. Also, keep in mind that, you know, it's just like you got to kind of get used to, you know, not expecting, you know, at all times, of course, to have a, you know, a big audience or anything like that. You know, you might be just talking to yourself a lot of times. Part of it. So that's wrong. I mean, it's natural. They say do the things you love, but that doesn't mean to be obsessed with it. That's wrong. You're wasting your life with that. Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's good to, you know, make sure you also have some work-life balance too, if this becomes your thing, right? Although I don't really, I do a lot of stuff on streaming and stuff like that. Although it's kind of like, if you think of it like a musician, you know how there's like lots of musicians, you know, not all of them are like mega rock stars, you know. You can get to that, like, you know, where you're comfortable with whatever you're doing. That's the main thing, I think. Your family doesn't support you in gaming and streaming stuff. It's a hard thing to convince people that it's a viable thing. I mean, people do live off of it, but you know, it's I think it's one of those things that very similar to musician, right? A lot of aspiring musicians, and even if they're super talented, they still, you know, might not get that level they're hoping for, but you know, they're trying, right? I think there's a lot of parallels anyway. The family becomes very supportive for those big time musicians once they start making it, demonstrating viability, I guess. Grew up being a line well because they never support you. Yeah, just do what you enjoy, right? Make sure you can pay your bills. So if you have to work at the same time or whatever, then do it. Do what you gotta do. Nothing wrong with working part-time and streaming, you know, in your spare time. Or even working full-time. If you get a Ninja-like offer, then, you know, it's probably a good time to go more full-time into it, I guess, but everybody has a different ceiling in it too, you know. You gotta get an emblem. We just have to think what you want to get, and then, you know, probably a good place would be Fiverr or something like that. And then you could hire an artist. Or, you know, if you know an artist, you know, it's whatever you can do. I had a few things done by Fiverr over time. And other places too, you know. This is a long trip we're on, guys. It's gonna be $100 grand for the payout on this one. When you're looking on Fiverr though, make sure you look at their samples and stuff like that, because some of them will go via a template. I think it's kind of good to keep an idea. I think there's level 1 and level 2, and then there's the new ones. So, you know, read some of their feedback and stuff like that. But, you know, if it's just somebody doing a template, then you want to... My gas is okay, but I think I'll... rest up here. Get a camera and a microphone. Microphones are very important. Probably your most important thing, because sound is like ultra important, I think, in having the quality you need. Cameras would probably be your, you know, an important thing, of course, too. Oops, I just double rested. Crap. Well, really super rested, I guess. You know, vlog your life, your journey. Oh, there you go. Hopefully double sleeping doesn't throw off the schedule here. Hit enter twice. If you're going to be doing YouTubes and stuff like that too, make sure you do research and stuff like that as to what's, you know, what's good and what's bad. Take advice on the internet with a grain of salt too, you know. Some might be outdated information and some might be, you know, theory. Don't mention me. The you know, like, as far as it goes, anything on the internet, people could just be making crap up to get clicks, right? It's supposed to be a smiley face? Oh, okay. I can't really see the icons that well anyway. It's in like night vision screen or whatever it's called. And then it's like really small. So sometimes I'm guessing what it is, but the sad face and the happy face and stuff like that is really close. This game looks fun. Yeah, it's pretty. I find it's a nice relaxing game to play. As far as it goes, you know, you're building your trucking career up, and you know, you get to see different places. Are gifts supported? I think it depends on what you're using it for. I think a lot of times you'll find that stuff in the PNG format now, but I'm sure some people probably use GIFs. If you're gonna use get a logo done and stuff like that, you probably want a higher resolution format, just because, you know, if you ever want to make a shirt or something like that, you need it higher up. Not that you're necessarily going to sell shirts right away or anything, but I don't really sell shirts too much even. And I've been at it for a while. I have it like merch available, but you know, I don't really promote it as heavily as some do, I think. You know, if people want it, they can look for it. Says it won't allow a GIF? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, my stuff must be PNG then. It kind of depends on the type you pick. If you want to check out the store, just type !merch, and you'll see what's on there. You know, like hoodies are going to be more. I just charged, you know, they recommend the prices when you make your store. I just charged a few bucks more than their cost. They actually recommended a lot higher, but I reduced it so that it was, you know, just something. You know, if somebody wants one, then they don't, you know, they're not paying out the nose kind of thing. But some people might be doing it for other reasons. I had a Fiverr artist actually put that logo for the shirt together for me. Well, there's the link right there. Doesn't it make it clickable? No, you can always copy and paste it, I guess. Probably depends what you're looking at it with, I guess. That's a Facebook thing if it's not clickable. It was at one point though. You can see it, but you can't click it. Oh, okay. Well, you might just have to highlight it and then copy it. We're making the big trip all the way across Europe. It's like 34 hours of driving. Crazy, man. There's other social media and stuff like that in there. I assume that some of them must be clickable. Maybe it's because that's a shirt, or the shirt company is something that Facebook isn't totally sure about. Maybe, you know. Yeah, it turned out pretty nice. Here's what the cup looks like. In yellow. There's different colors available, of course. See it? Backwards because the camera's on reverse right now. Oh, I'm getting all over the place here. There we go. There was. You missed it. Oh, really? Oops. We got a long ways to go though. 34 hours, 2,230 kilometers. Probably got to go through 100 toll booths, eh? But we're gonna make the money for the end of this trip, man. Oh, we do have to go that way. Okay, good. Gotta watch that GPS, you know. This trip is a long one and we don't want to go the wrong direction. Uh-oh, what's going on up here? What's going on, man? Can I sneak past it? I tried that before and I got messed up badly. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hopefully we're not messing ourselves up, guys. Some accident or something. Sometimes you can get past them and sometimes you can't. Cheating the line here. Good race on the pole, you guys. I wasn't expecting that one to do as good as it is so far. Alright, can we get past this? Maybe? Ooh, that's not looking good. Oh crap! Well, we forced our way through with 6% damage. They're all, I picked that color primarily, but I mean, there's other colors. If you go onto a certain one and choose it, there's a lot of other color choices. So it shows that as the main color, but if you actually click into one of them, you could choose other colors. Like I got a hoodie that is blue or navy blue and stuff like that. You'll see that when you kind of narrow it down, it gives you more color selection. And I can't believe giving 6% damage for just nicking that. How do you create shirts? In the shop, they do it for you. Basically, I just import my logo and then place it. And then they produce them. Funny, the toll booth is in between the accident scene, eh? Almost got the sign there. Ooh. Yeah, that one's called Teespring. There's a bunch of other companies. Actually, Teespring recently rebranded, so I wouldn't be surprised if the store name changes. Must really like the game. It's a good game. I've been enjoying it. If you look at my odometer here, Final Destination truck. I've gone 31,000 kilometers with my truck. So I mean, in the grand scheme of things, for this game, I'm probably still considered like an extreme newbie. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. Good. I'm sure you could sink thousands and thousands of hours into it if you so chose to. Like many games out there. Yeah, it's pretty kick back, laid back kind of game and stuff, so it's nice in that way. Another accident, eh? Yeah, it seems like a decent game. You know, they've done a good job. The game has been out since 2012 and they're still supporting it with new DLC regularly. So I mean, you know, that says a lot about the game when they support it that long. It means it's got a lot of people that really like it. Do I know how to teleport? No, I didn't know you could do that. Like, do you mean just like get transported to a different garage or something? I have played American Trucker. Yeah, my guy's like not as high level, I don't think now. I'm not sure. I can't remember where I was off on that one. I probably played more Euro Truck now. But you know, yeah, I play it. I would say I do play it. You know, I'll probably revisit it when there's more DLC coming, and when I want to jump back to the US there. I'd probably play it a lot more if they added Canada, but you know, it's nice seeing some familiar areas as I have driven through, you know, some of that northwest coast there. But yeah, they're both good games. I just wanted to, you know, I bought this game on Black Friday when it was on sale. So I figured, well, it's been sitting around long enough, I better get to it and try it out. The music is from KSI? I don't think so. It's just like Facebook music. Oh, catch you later, Jacob. A lot like the Crew big open American map. Yeah, Crew 2, eh? Yeah, that game was pretty cool. I have that one on the Xbox. Although I didn't play it too much. I was trying to... The one day you can find the VOD in my streams if you really want to see it. But I was really trying to see if I can get into Canada. Rich, thank you for liking earlier. And Javier, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. And hello, Javier. The music is, you can import your own music if you want. It has like a folder you can put your music into. What I did is, because I'm streaming it, I went into Facebook has a music library that they have as anybody can use it kind of thing. So I downloaded a bunch of songs from there because then I don't run the risk of you know, my stream getting a DMCA thing against it. Even as a partner, they have an agreement where I can play normal music, but because they have agreement with some record companies and stuff. But because Facebook's so international, it's really easy to get, you know, find something that's would be against DMCA policies, you know. If you flip your truck, you can just press the thing or 0. The free cam will reset your truck. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, I've been just getting a tow if I flipped it. I don't flip it very much, though. 3 times now, maybe? I don't know if I've actually even flipped this truck. I think it's all been those rental trucks before I got this one. Maybe. I did have to get a tow because I got stuck on a hill because I didn't have enough horsepower. And another time because I got really stuck on some, like, I don't know if they're what kind of guards they are, but you know, the little green poles that stop you from driving your car there. I was hauling a boat and got stuck on that. Yeah, it was you just need to mess around the things in the folders. Yeah, this is a vanilla game with the DLC. So I haven't tried any mods or anything like that. I haven't messed around really much with that kind of stuff, you know. That's the nice thing about on the PC though. You can get the mods later, you know, if you find you kind of get bored or something. Oh, no mods needed. But well, I mean, that still is a nice thing though. You have the ability to do that. Although the consoles, they don't have this on the console, but console games have been adding mods lately, you know, like you can play Fallout 4 with mods on the console. don't know if you ever into Fallout 4 or whatever. I love the Fallout series. It's great. I really enjoyed it. You know, I got into Wasteland back in the day, and Fallout 1 is actual spiritual successor to Wasteland 1, and because they couldn't get the rights from EA at the time, so you'll find that those two franchises have very similar humor because it's the same people. And then of course Wasteland 2, same crew. And then Bethesda bought Wasteland 3, like bought Wasteland and changed it for number 3. And then they had 4, and then Wasteland 2 came out because the creators got the rights. And Wasteland 2 was actually the one of the big Kickstarters, one of the, you know, the things that really legitimized Kickstarter, because so many people were interested in a sequel. There's a few games there that really got funded, and Wasteland 2 was one of them. And then of course they put out a Wasteland 3 recently as well. I'm sure you came to the truckin' stream to get Wasteland information, but now you got it. Tell all your friends. If you don't believe me, of course, like anything on the internet, you take it with a grain of salt, so you can always double check the info I have just provided. But you'll find that my facts should be in order. But it's still always good to double check things. It is April Fool's Day, you know. Although that'd be a really lame April Fool's joke to tell you, like, wrong info about Fallout, right, on the trucking stream. I mean, you know, I could totally choose something better. There wasn't actually, I didn't even notice any really huge ones today by the corporation. Sometimes they have some funny things, and I didn't even notice any. I don't know if you guys saw any good April Fool's pranks by the old companies. A couple of streamers joked that they're leaving whatever platform they were on to go to another one. But go to it. Pepsi. I like Pepsi. Pepsi's good. Pepsi is, I kind of prefer like Pepsi a bit more than Coke because I like that it's a little different flavor. I like Pepsi Zero, but you know, Coke Zero is good too, and you know, whatever. I like the ones that are 0 calorie. I also prefer Zevia because that one doesn't have aspartame in it. Black Falcon, thank you for liking. Justin, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. All those likes, the shares, everything you guys do helps a lot, guys. Gets the word out. Facebook says, hey, maybe we should show this to more people. So, you know, good to do that. You like Zero as well? There's like, have you ever tried the, what is it, the BC Coke or whatever? Can't remember what it's called. There's a couple different flavors they had of Coke there, and one was BC something. And I found that one to be pretty good. And then a bottle too, which is nice. I prefer drinking pop out of bottles. Elon, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, better slow down, police car. I don't know what it is, but I find that drinking out of a bottle, like a glass bottle, not no thinking plastic Snapple bottle these days that Snapple started doing. I don't know, I just find it adds extra coolness to it. Maybe because it gets colder, I don't know. Maybe because you could see what you're drinking. Of course, the can keeps it nice and cold too, but you can't see what you're drinking. I also grabbed some 7-Up, Diet 7-Up recently. I like nice cold 7-Up once in a while. I had one of those things called before. I think you get them at the store, and you buy your carbon cartridges, and then you make your own pop. Like their versions of everything are like Doctor's, you know, Peps or something like that. You know, it tastes like Dr. Pepper. I tried those before too. I remember way back, when I just got out of university, somebody phoned me up and they're like, "Oh, we want you to try this demo. We want to get your opinion on the different flavors of pop that from Pepsi or whatever, right? This machine that they're gonna show off, right?" And it's like they kind of made it sound like you're sampling, getting some free pop samples. And then it was like somebody trying to sell one of those little, homemade pop machines kind of thing. And it was like $2,000 or something stupid. Like those ones that you get, SodaStream or whatever they are right now. I mean, those are, $100 or so. But this back then it was like $2,000 for this thing, and then you'd still have to buy syrup from them and get your carbonation refilled and stuff like that. They're trying to sell me on it. It's just basically sent to salesperson. I tried their flavors of pop, and they asked me an opinion, and then they, roll into the for sale pitch. Like, well, I don't really have money. At the time I was only working part-time at Sears. I just got out of university. As soon as they heard that, they were out of there. Probably like, because a lot of times those kind of jobs, you have to meet a certain demographic, and then they really want to, pitch to you because they're saying how much money you save in the long run. But I probably didn't meet that demographic once they found that out. I did that after university too, briefly. I get to sell knives for Cutco. They're like, "Oh, look at this job, $11 an hour." Which was decent sounding, of course, at the time. And it was like, they bring you in, they pitch this, they show you this stuff, and then, the ones that answered, the product looked kind of good, then they'd sell you the kit, and then you'd basically practice on your relatives, which was still selling, it was really, and I was not living at home, and I was nowhere near my relatives. So I had a really hard go of it because, I was already selling past immediate family, which would probably buy some, to support your efforts, right? And while it's decent product, of course, I like the product. I still have them even. Walter, thank you for liking. The whole pitch behind that was basically you would sell it to all your relatives, and then they'd award you for making friends, and then you'd every time you did a presentation, you're guaranteed, a certain hourly, but it never really worked out to that, because if they're somewhat interested, it took way longer than what the hour was. And basically, if you made X amount of dollars, then you didn't get the hourly. And then it was like you had to they had this manager always phoning you at 8 in the morning, telling you to start phoning your leads, because whenever you did a presentation, they would refer their friends to get draws into this thing to get a free set of knives, which was like basically Canada wide. So it was like, it was kind of like one of those things that was tough gig. So I figured, I got out of it pretty quick. I sold what I could without bugging too many people I didn't know. But once you started getting past those people, the people that are getting referred, they aren't particularly interested, because they don't care about, they don't know you, so they don't care to buy these expensive knives in their eyes. I mean, the product, the demonstration was pretty well marketed, that it helped sell them, but you're pitching that investment, and they really wanted certain demographics. So if ideally you wanted a young family, young married couple or something like that, because they're more likely to buy into the long-term investment of it, because essentially you can get them sharpened by mailing them in, and then they'll sharpen them. Just costs you to mail them in. We gotta find somewhere to sleep, man. Our guy is yawning and gas is getting low. But yeah, I don't know, I guess it's an experience, right? Didn't particularly care for that job. I did get a sample knife set, but as to whether it's better than the competitors, I don't know. Hard to say. I do use the scissors still. The scissors cut through pennies, Although you have to use the soft pennies, not the hard one. Uh-oh, we're turning red on the bed. Look at the rock fence, eh? They have lots of those in British Columbia. It's a little different, but uh-oh. Gotta get in this lane. Of course, this guy don't wanna let me in, Yeah, I went to Wendy's, had a Baconator today. Got the, Diet Pepsi, and they say, is Diet Coke okay? Or whatever, I don't know how they always do it. It's always the opposite of the one you say. You'd think my guy double slept, it would be, it'd last a little longer, eh? Guy's gonna be falling off the highway here soon. Although we usually get fined a couple times first. Oh crap, I can't see the GPS. Hopefully I don't have to turn there. You think I'd just be able to flip off the road, eh, and have a sleep? You know, if you're that tired? That's probably a mod, that one, eh? Well, we'll stay in the middle in case we fall asleep. It gives us more room to drift. I'm sure that was very thrilling to hear about knife sales. If you guys want to share any weird jobs or things that you want to talk about that you've encountered, that'd be cool. Love to hear about that. Sometimes I'll watch the YouTube videos talking about people's odd jobs, you know, those ones, the dirtiest jobs and the whatever. Oh, there's an airport beside me. Man, this guy is really yawny. Wonder if I should have pulled in or if I'm gonna be going near one, eh? Looks like there's some rest stops ahead somewhere here. Oh, look. But we were up here. We started over there. Is there a rest stop there? Probably just easier just to go straight here then. And hopefully we don't get too many fines. Just up around the corner, you know. Alright, you guys. So tomorrow is hockey, by the way, if you're interested in hockey. If you're not interested in hockey, I do encourage you to stop by anyway, you know, say hi, check out what I'm doing. Drop me a like or whatever, you know. Say hey. I just play casually once a week, you know, and it's kind of fun. Like we've been driving together and then we went to a hockey game. Very realistic announcements in the game, you know, it sounds like a real hockey game. If you're interested in learning anything about it, you know, I can certainly answer any questions. So we just gotta go 300 meters, no, 200 meters. And then we will be able to gas up and rest. This is usually where I start getting fined, right immediately before it. Alright, I guess we gotta gas up first. We'll go to this one here. Just so I don't have to turn around, you know. There we go, 575 euros. Now let's get over here quick. There's our gas. Now we just gotta park. Sleep. Did it without getting fined though, that's pretty impressive. Let's get back on the road. Carrying like transmissions. So we're going, man. 1575 kilometers to go. Probably wind up sleeping a couple more times yet. So And we'll be in Turkey in the end. If you want an idea where we're at now. Oops. Show you the map. We're in right here. So we're approaching Hungary. I don't know if it's easier to see at this thing. So we're in Austria right now. We started in France. We went through Italy. Gonna go through Hungary, through Romania, through Bulgaria, and then into just kind of the edge of Turkey there. So that's the trip review. So we'll be driving and driving and driving. And then we'll get 100 big ones. 100 grand. Pay off for the trip. Hopefully we won't get a late penalty. Because I double slept by accident. I only single slept this time, but maybe we'll be able to make up a little bit of time, eh? We'll go like 75. In the 70 zone, we'll be breaking the law. But we're up to 80. We can go back 80 speed, I guess. Okay, there's going way to Budapest. All these countries, you know, once COVID settles down, you know, it'll be time for vacationing and visiting all these countries one day, you know. Hopefully. I don't know what kind of places you'd like to visit after COVID, but maybe one day I'll get that Disney World trip in, you know. I was gonna go there and then close the borders and stuff, so I didn't wind up going. I even had tickets to Disney World because I was gonna go to a conference in Orlando. But you know, I guess we'll have to do it as a more organized vacation instead of just a side to a conference, you know. But you know, things got to settle down. All these variants and crap. Who knows when Disney World will be normal? But you know, everybody seems to be working on it. You know, the scientists are at work. They're getting studies in there and figuring stuff out, and hopefully we'll have her figured out sooner than later. Alright, looks like we got a over here. I think I like the other thing better because it glowed. You know, it's funny, there's no parking spots forever. Now there's a bunch. Brian, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You're having a great day. Happy Thursday. Long weekend for many people. I don't know, hopefully it's a long weekend coming up for you. I must have been on this Budapest road before, because I have been near Budapest before, but I haven't been all the way to Turkey though. That I know of, at least. Alright, you guys. La 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 la. Alright, we're gonna be turning coming up. Turning hype. We've damaged our trailer a bit because we broke through an accident scene or whatever. But hopefully we don't take too much more damage, because then we'll get docked pay. You know, sometimes when you don't cheat the accident, you wind up going quite a ways. Add several hours to your trip. And time is money. Money, money, money. Like an ASMR stream for you guys. Best pop, the fountain pop, you know, and try to make that as cheap as they can so that, you know, they can profit. But it's gold because they load it up with ice and stuff. All right. Speed limit 70 here. I'm watching more of the GPS for the speed rather than the actual gauges. I didn't realize that the gas stations actually have prices on. I wonder if those prices change. You know, like in real life, you know, if it's a long weekend coming up, they jack up the price. It's like $1.40 something a liter here where I live. I don't know if it went up even more. Last time I looked, it was $1.40 something. Coincidentally, every long weekend, but they say that's the government doing it, but it's not. Gas companies. Government doesn't control those prices. I mean, they tax a bit for the carbon tax, but those companies, they just like making extra dough. More people are going to travel, so they jack the price up a bit. You know how it goes. Marketing. Alright, you guys. What are we at now? 1,425 kilometers to go. We're racking up the mileage. My car will be broken in by the end of this trip. Oh yeah. It'll have 3,400 kilometers on it. I don't know, is that when vehicles are broken in? Reach their peak efficiency. Alright, we're going left up here. Should I leave the clicker on for miles and miles and miles, like that truck that you follow sometimes? Minivan or whatever? Only 50 here. Excuse me. Alright, you guys. got any good road games? No, does anybody have the little handheld Monopoly card game or whatever? I remember some of those. I don't remember them well, but there's a lot of portable board games that you could get. Or, you know, the classic Sudoku. Or some sort of crossword or circle puzzle, you know, where you circle, find the words. Or the classic, you know, a lot of times I had the Archie comic books. Or some sort of comic book to read while I was getting on some sort of family vacation, you know, when I was a kid. Anything to kind of keep you occupied, you know. Goal number one. I haven't bought a comic book in a long time. They're really expensive now. I like comic books. It's been a long time. People are really into collecting comic books. I wind up collecting video games, I guess. But Archie comic books was a lot of times laying around. This old Archie comic book, you know, from 2 generations before. Same ones you see in the dentist office. Or whatever. I guess they probably don't have those out anymore because people don't want to touch anything, right? Yod, thank you for liking and sharing. Nice to see you, Yod. Hope you're kicking butt on the old Call of Duty earlier. Sure want to see someone to do the expert first-person shooters, man. Yod is a battle royal champion. What's the chicken dinners? You got a little hockey stick right now for an icon. You know, I can paint my truck with a hockey player. I was thinking about doing that for my new truck that I was going to get at level 25. I'm almost at level 25. I'm like level 24 in a bit. And I got this $100,000 trip I'm doing right now from France to Turkey. So I'm glad you can join me for that trip, you know. Like when people join the stream a little later, it's like grabbing a hitchhiker on the road, I guess. Backpacking. Yod was backpacking across Europe. We're giving him a ride now. He's like a passenger in the Star Trucking rig. I think we got to turn up there, turn left up there, and a circle turn. There are these long trips, they make the good money. Gotta make sure you go to sleep eventually and you don't get fines and stuff. There we go, eh? We're getting places. Make sure we look before we merge. Feels like the speed limit on this turn should be lower than what it's saying. Got nice roads here, eh? 6 a.m. game time. About 7 a.m. Now it's 7 a.m. Did you see any good April Fool's stuff, Yod? Happy April Fool's Day. We're just passing Budapest. Making our way. Two more countries to go, I think, between. We're discovering new roads everywhere here. You can see on the map they're turning yellow. Yeah, for Yod there, I watched a video that he had one time where he was walking along some rocks at a creek or something. Maybe it was a lake. Looked like a really nice area. Doing the wildlife walk. Alright, we're getting places here. Maybe this is Budapest, I don't know. Traffic enforced by cameras. All the stuff in the air up there, eh? The birds and stuff, I guess. Can you imagine you're driving along in this game and a freaking bird, you nail a bird with your window. There's a big bird body there for a while. Or you had to avoid deer and stuff. 2% trailer damage. That's 6% trailer damage because I hit some pipes of an accident. Alright, you guys. Turn ahead to the right. Termino, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well. Alright, you guys. We're gonna make a left turn. And then we're gonna have to merge. Don't want to get hit by a bus because that's not cool. Gonna block traffic apparently. That's this car. Why'd that guy stop? Well, we made it. We made it onto the road. I'm mean, I would have been happy just to wait 2 more cars, buddy. There's a helicopter flying by. I spy with my little eye something with spinning propeller blades. Right? Oh, punch buggy. Kidding. I don't think those are in the game. Do you remember we called you family? No, I got that wrong. Do you remember we called you puppy? Now you're one of us. We call you family. Alright, you guys. 1190 kilometers to go. Look what a hike. Alright. Helps to not have hair in your eye. Makes driving a lot easier. Driving all the way to Turkey, man. Look at the road texture here, eh? That's different. What do you think of that? Alright. Better not speed too much. Good ticket. Cut into our profit. You're wondering what kind of steering wheel I have? It's a Momo. Logitech Momo, it's called. Older steering wheel. You won't be able to find it in the brand new section anymore. But if you look around your Facebook Marketplace, you might actually be able to grab it for under 100. For one that has the pedals as well. If you ever want to get into the racing games or trucking games, it's not going to be as good as the more modern ones, but it'll be a good starter because it's third the price or possibly cheaper. Now, I'd like to kind of upgrade one day, but gotta be patient, you know. You can't just throw it all the upgrades at once. Gotta set that star goal so eventually I get a new one, I guess, eh? I think I just picked a random number for the star goal. Alright, you guys, 80 here. We can use our cruise control. You can use cruise control for any speed, but 80 seems to be the one I usually set it at the most. Getting places though. Making the delivery. It'll be glorious when we get there. Afif, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You're having a great day, and thank you so much for being here, spending your time with me. You always know you're getting somewhere when you got a turn, right? My mouse. There we go. This singer reminds me of Bjork a little bit. Make the pitch of her voice or something. I thought that guy was coming over to me. Alright, we're getting places. We're almost through Hungary now, I think. This is the city on Lower Hungary, I believe. There's a garage over there. Not quite ready for the rest stop. It'll be soon though. Red light. Somebody walking over there, eh? Isn't like Grand Theft Auto, you can't run over anybody. They're actually almost always walking in a safe spot. Although I wonder if you waited long enough if they'd ever walk across past the barriers, you know? Another red light, eh? Hitting them all. Come on, red light. Want a ticket? Stop for them red lights. Oh, we're going a little bit fast there. Back to 70. All right, we got a right turn coming up. Just past the hayfield, I guess. How much you guys are into Farm Simulator? Looks like kind of an interesting game too, eh? All these sim games out there. Sim games for everything. Probably slow down for my turn. Don't want to wind up on somebody's lawn. Saw that in real life. I was walking along and somebody did a turn and they drifted, like it was a house kind of on the edge of a turn there. And they drifted right into the trees in the front lawn of the house by the turn. I guess that would kind of suck. What having your house right where a turn is. So if you think like where I'm approaching, the house would have been where that sign is, kind of deal. Or well, their tree would have been, and then their house is behind it. Everybody was okay though, as far as I saw. They were kind of in a weird parking spot, you know, considering they're on the guy's lawn, but they must have hit some ice or something, I think is what the problem was. Alright, you guys, here we are. As soon as red goes. There we go, we're back in the lane. Back to 80. Rock on, man. Groove out to the music, eh? There's some border coming up. So we did it with the slowing down. Trucks are supposed to go over here. Oh, it is like a border, eh? Make up my mind where I'm going, I guess. I think this is the first border I've gone through. We'll start the border check. Press enter. Checking your documents. Please wait. I am going to Turkey, officer. Everything is in order. Have a nice journey. There we go, eh? Probably sleep here, but Usama, thank you for liking. And now we gotta get inspected. This is the first vehicle inspection I've had in Euro Truck as well. Wow, all sorts of new things, eh? Trailer damage with a hit. I don't know how this works. You may proceed. Oh, okay. Perfect. Rest up. Drive over the curb. Erica, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're back in biz. We've crossed the border. We've rested up. Still okay for gas. But we are getting places. 1,000 kilometers to go, so I'll probably have to sleep one more time. Maybe in the next country or something. I don't know. $21.48, so 10 o'clock at night practically in the game. Alright, so kind of interesting. I never, I've crossed borders before in the game, but this is the first border where it actually had that, inspection and stuff like that. That was kind of cool. I guess the other places have more open borders you just kind of drive through. Maybe because these guys, I don't know if these guys are out of the union or what, Ooh, 100 here. It's a freeway. We drift everywhere, setting our cruise control. Not really going faster here. Maybe that's all my truck can handle. Oh, we're gonna be turning up here. Alright, you guys. The big turn. Been a long journey so far, but we're getting places. It's gonna be $100,000 payout for this trip. They're gonna be happy campers though when they get our stuff that we're delivering. Don't wait. It's only 80 here. There we go, that's better. better cut the gas. Big old roundabout here in the middle of nowhere. Is that a fruit stand? Looks like a fruit stand to me. Might have been camper. We're getting places though. Like the random selection of Facebook music likes this song. Another weird turn, eh? Does it have to go at a certain speed before you can hit that thing again? And we're going straight here coming up. Looks like you could go through those other ones too if you wanted, but this is the more direct route. Amy, thank you for following. Muchly appreciated. You're having a great day. And have a good long weekend coming up or something. Hopefully you're not working for the weekend. Or maybe you like that. You are. I hope you are, I guess. If you're happy with that, whatever happens. We're wishing all the best for everybody. Driving with my brights on, if you're wondering why they're all blinking at me all the time. I don't care about their digital eyes. Never do that in real life, but you know, in the game, an easy way for me to tell if my lights are on during the day. Run the brights all the time. We have a left turn coming up. 800 kilometers to go still. It cost us like $1,000 in gas, mind you. Oh, this doesn't look like a 80 zone. Maybe it is. Still doesn't on my GPS, I guess. Oh, it's getting crazy here, eh? Alright, so looks like we have 785 kilometers to go, but we only have 627 liters of gas, or kilometers worth of gas, so we will have to gas up at some point. Wingku, thank you for following, much appreciated. Hope you're having a great weekend, or whatever is happening for you this coming days. Almost Friday, right? Might be Friday already for some people. It's 9 o'clock almost here, so that means on the east coast of the United States and Canada it's going to be already the next day. Well, not quite, 15 minutes. So if you're anywhere east of that, it'll already be tomorrow. That's pretty exciting. Here in the future. Since it's already Friday. Everybody loves Fridays. Well, not everybody. Lots of people love Fridays. Lots of people like it. Because that means day off coming up or something. Alright, we got good music going here, eh? Facebook free music. You thought, like, you know, if you're Canadian, there's the CBC radio. This is like the FB radio. We got some tunnels happening here. Take her easy in the tunnel. I'm gonna supposed to only go 60 here. We're driving like a maniac. Good thing you never see like oncoming passing traffic. That would add a new element to the game, eh? Can you imagine there was passing cars in the oncoming lane, like if the NPCs passed? It like put you into some impossible situations, of course. Their turn coming up, guys. There we go. Can't go that way. Man, this is quite the hike, eh? Like literally, you know, I started this trip at the beginning of today's stream. We're an hour 47 in. Give you a proportion of how long this trip is. We still got 700 kilometers to go too. Crazy one. Like the title says though, you know, the long trips get the money. Alright guys. Wonder how many XPs we'll get for this one, eh? The world of video games, XP is king, right? You can drive on this side of the road. The rest stop there, but we're okay. Right, you guys. Gotta focus on the road. Don't want to go into the ditch. Or it looks like off the hill there. Although I'm sure the rail would stop me. These rails in these video games are usually pretty tough. They are made out of the finest steel. They're slow down. There's a cop car too. I just probably avoided a good $1,200 ticket. No one needs a $1,200 ticket, right? $70 here. We've got a big loop coming up. Time for a 4576 rig that's just released. It has Jake brake on top of the release lever, an easy to use exit ramp, and slow down too. Very good timing to play the game. New time for things. Yeah, there's a lot of new releases coming out for it, isn't it? Just gotta go up here, hey? Is there a new truck coming out? I kind of been noticing the new DLC was on the way, but I didn't really notice what trucks were coming. This trip is a mega trip though. Holy crap, dudes. Going all the way from France, I think it was Nice, to Turkey. Quite the hike. 100 grand. For the trip. Hendrickson, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Very clean, easy drive, nice skin, and lots different sponsor, and look good, you know. Yeah, fun stuff, that's right. Is that when it's coming out? Is Friday? Or you mean you're playing Friday? We got 639 kilometers to go on this big old trip. Still a ways, you know. Another right turn coming up. La 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 la. American Truck Driver has a lot of new stuff coming too. They got their teams working hard, I think. Oh, your 12-hour day. Only day off is Friday. You work in Denmark. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Talking all the way from Denmark. I'm in British Columbia, Canada. How do you find, like, when you go... Because Denmark's in this game, isn't it? So how do you find when you drive through there? Does it kind of look like they did a good job on that area? Pretty sure Denmark's in here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, we gotta turn over here. There's the light. You've been to Canada many times, nice. What part of Canada did you go to? Identical landscape, well that's awesome. There's a train or something going through here. They do in real life, building and road. Oh, really nice. Yeah, I'm in Western Canada. So, of course, I think if American Truck Driver is going to add a province, it's most likely my province. Because, you know, I would assume they'd want to connect Alaska. But, you know, never know. They might add, like, Toronto and stuff, too. I know it's there in the mods and stuff, but I'd like to see Western Canada. I think that'd be pretty cool. BC, Alberta. There's lots of industry that transports stuff to the States there. Alright, we gotta turn around this thing. Oops, a bit hard. There we go. Go to Vancouver. And Toronto. Oh, okay. You've been to both sides. Well, Toronto's not exactly on the far side, but it's far enough, I guess. Doesn't pick up those names. It's close enough. Tron. Yeah, the second time you spelled Toronto was right. Vancouver is correct as well. Yeah, I'm closer to Vancouver. I've never been to Toronto. Really expensive to fly cross country. But one day I'd like to visit Toronto. Montreal. Check out some of the provinces in eastern Canada as well. I think that'd be pretty cool. PEI or something would be kind of fun if get the opportunity. Of course, I'd love to go into Europe too one day, you know. Visit that. I haven't really traveled to a lot of places. I've been to Mexico and, you know, parts of the States. We play hockey and very good time and playtime. Nice. Pretty exciting. Playing hockey is awesome. I play for video games. I played the hockey video games on Fridays here, so you pop in ever on a Friday. You know, if you'll see me playing hockey. NHL 21. Other than that, I've been playing a lot of Euro Truck lately. But I do, you know, play different things. I was playing that Assassin's Creed before that over in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Hey Carrie, I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? Welcome. You come to play my own game Friday. You come into sometime when you can. Sounds nice to see a sport game. Yeah, that'll be cool, eh? Stop in. Oh crap. Take it. Happen to be a police car there too on top of it. Oh, we got way stations over here, eh? There's no way stations in the other places, but there's some in these areas. Must be a later addition or something, eh? This area. The vehicle's not in perfect technical state. Please be more careful. Yeah, we're gonna have to repair it again. Long trip like that, you know, it's hard on the old vehicle. Another border. They're just weighing me to make sure, you know, and I'm not grabbing anything, eh? Think we're good. We're past the border. They didn't do any searching with the rubber gloves or anything, so we're good. I watched in Vancouver. I watched the band Tomahawk, which is Mike Patton from Faith No More, and he performed in Vancouver. He was wearing this. He wore a hairnet and he was wearing one rubber glove, and he said that this is the rubber glove they used on him when he crossed the border. You know, he's joking around that they did a little search with the rubber glove on him. Well, he's only wearing one rubber glove, probably for the joke, I guess, but yeah, it was a good concert. I watched that band play in Toronto, or not in Toronto, in Vancouver, and then I crossed the border and watched it again in Seattle. He wasn't wearing the rubber glove in Seattle. But I've got to see Mike Patton actually perform in concert under 3 different bands multiple times. Actually, that might have been, yeah, I don't know. No, that, yeah, Peeping Tom I saw in Vancouver, I think. But, or no, maybe I just saw it in Seattle. Kind of between Vancouver and Seattle as to whether you can watch bands sometimes. Some bands won't cross into Canada. So you have to go into Seattle to watch them. And I've got to see quite a few bands in either Seattle or Vancouver. I saw Mike Patton also perform for Faith No More. That one was in Vancouver for sure. I think sometimes they don't want to come into Canada because, you know, because it becomes international. It's a little bit extra paperwork and forms and money exchanging and stuff like that, you know, that they got to worry about. Or it could be that some band members have criminal records or something and then they're not allowed in. You know, because whenever you're crossing a country, if you have a record, it's like a super big hassle, I guess. Even if it's just little things too. Doesn't even have to be a big thing. A friend of mine was telling me about somebody he knew that, you know, because if you got 3 minors or whatever, then that counts as having a felony as far as the border is concerned. So there, one of his friends that got turned around when they were going in. And it's kind of the opposite too when, as a Canadian, when I go to the States, you know, the American border guard, they want to know a lot of stuff and they want to know where you're going and all that stuff. And if somebody in your company you're with had some sort of record, it would delay things quite a bit if they get let in. They're not guaranteed by any means because they're right who they let in. And don't break the law because it could cause you some hassle one day. For me, I've never really had any problem, but you know, I'm usually there for a reason. You know, I'm going to a conference or I'm going to, you know, whatever kind of thing. Music show. Baseball games. I went and watched the Blue Jays down in Seattle. That was pretty exciting. Got to have really good seats right behind the big diamond seats. One time there. That was pretty awesome to watch from there. And the interesting thing about watching the Blue Jays, which is a Canadian team in Seattle, is, you know, you got all the people coming in from the Vancouver area or British Columbia or Alberta, coming in to watch the Blue Jays, you know, because they don't want to fly across the country necessarily for that kind of thing. And so the crowd, when you hear the cheering and you see the colors they're wearing and stuff like that, was almost, you couldn't even tell if it was a Blue Jay stadium or a Seattle stadium because there were so many Canadians there. So it's kind of cool to watch that. And I think they try their hardest to not show how many Blue Jay fans are in the crowd too, because on TV. But there was a lot. But, you know, even if you don't like baseball or you don't like different sports, professional sports, worth it. Go to a game if you ever get a chance. Darren, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Cole earlier. Because it's different. It's different than it is on TV. You know, there's an ambiance and an energy that's in the live event that you don't experience watching it on TV. So even if you think like baseball's boring or hockey or whatever, probably close enough here for that now. Then it's definitely worth a try, because just for the ambiance of it all. It's like a giant picnic. That baseball, you know? So it was like totally interesting. Gas up. Definitely recommend it. All right, we're on our way. Yeah, I've gone to NHL games, like hockey games, with people that didn't watch hockey, and they really had a good time because of that ambiance. Gets you more into the game, you know, when the energy of everybody watching. But if you ever go to a hockey game, keep your eye on the puck. You know, sometimes it flies into the crowd and you don't want to get hit by that thing. It hurts. You know, you wind up with stitches, you know. And baseball, you're in the crowd, if you're close enough, they're like, say you're along the baseline or something, you know, sometimes the bat even flies into the crowd, so it could get hit by a baseball or a bat. If you're at the back of the field, the baseballs of course can get back there too. So it's always good, any professional sport, to keep an eye on things. Nobody wants to get hurt, you know. We got 469 kilometers to go. So hopefully we can do it without any more sleep-ins. Then we will get $100,000. That's gonna be awesome. By lots of XP, then maybe we'll be able to look at getting the new truck. All right. $448 kilometers. We're grooving, man. Look at the construction. These guys are all just standing around. I'm lucky. Oh crap. Phew. I'm lucky I got some days off now. I got vacation, mini vacation. Got to use up some days off, you know, because they reset. So I get to not to watch the clock as much. Now when you're working the next day, you don't want to stay up too late. Gotta be nice and fresh for work when the next day is coming up. Kind of awesome. Thank you for following, Erica. Much appreciated. And Saya Zuan, thank you for liking earlier there. Not hearing all the effects all the time here, but totally appreciate you guys. Rovelin, thank you for following. Much appreciated as well. Uh-oh. Customer expects it very soon. We might wind up being late because I accidentally double slept there. Hope they're okay with it coming in 6 hours. Man, that's a bummer. I accidentally hit enter one too many times. It cost me some dough. Well, let's go for it, dudes. $90 here. I'm gonna speed up. Gotta push it as far as I can. Minimize our late. Oh, we gotta watch for a quick speed drop sometimes there. There we go. There's a quick speed drop with a cop. That guy cut me off, eh? Other guy cut me off. But he's in a hurry, eh? Adnan, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And Mayor, thank you for following. Also, super appreciated, guys. Thank you for those likes, those follows, those shares. It all helps a ton. Let's go, dude. Red light. Places to be, you know. $50 here. There's no cars there. All his turns, eh? First there's gonna be a train, right? Going here. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, we're going on that bridge above us. Still 363 kilometers to go, though. Man, hitting that extra enter is going to cost us. Oh, where's that 80 zone? There it is. That 90 zone. Oh, now it's 80 zone. Oh, not hit the ball. It'll cost us time, you know. Go down because of the police. Bria, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Deafening Clown, thank you for liking. We're trying to rush in a delivery here with $100,000, but I accidentally hit enter twice when I went to sleep, and so it put me like 12 hours behind. So I'm hoping I can get close to hitting target. Otherwise it'll cost me a bunch of money. Gotta go to the right here. Apparently, you guys are super slow. Sorry guys, we don't have all day. Eating, eh? Hey Gary, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Sometimes NPCs will sit there forever, you know, we don't want to wait around for that. Get her up to 75 or something. Oh, back up to 80 here. You been playing a lot of Truck Simulator too? Are you doing Euro or American Truck? It's fun, eh? Here, train. This is like the biggest, most expensive haul yet. But it's like, I accidentally hit enter twice on the sleeping. So it put me behind. Pretty cool here, eh? Yeah, I got both of them. Bought all the DLCs, eh? Nice. Yeah, there's a couple coming too right away. Texas and I don't remember if it was Idaho or something like that. Or maybe Idaho's the one that just came out. I can't remember, I'm afraid, but there's a couple coming anyway. Texas was one of them for sure. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of the Euro Truck lately, that's for sure. But kind of interchangeable back and forth, I think. You know, sometimes you might feel like playing American. I've been trying to get this goal here of getting level 25. Payout 100. Oh, you had a 100k payout. Now this one's 100k. This run here that I'm doing. That's my biggest one so far. But it's like I looks like I'm gonna be late because I accidentally hit that extra enter. Otherwise, I would have been made it, I think. The long one. This you have to sleep several times. Oh, you had to sleep 3 times. Yeah, I think that's about the same as this run. Although I wound up sleeping in extra time because of that extra enter by accident. Make sure I don't turn too hard there. Still 260 kilometers to go, you know. Pretty crazy run this one though. Lots of different countries and international borders. So what kind of truck did you wind up buying? A truck? What kind of truck did you get? You're not feeling good today. Oh, sucks, Kobe. Hopefully you feel better soon. And it's nothing too serious, of course. Oh, you bought 4? You've been playing it like crazy then, probably. I just play on stream, so it's like slowly progressing a few hours a night, you know? Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. This is where you get in accidents if you take these turns too fast, you know? Have you gotten into any good wrecks, Gary? This one's a bit confusing sometimes too because it switches to the other side of the road and when you go to England and stuff. Yeah, we're going the right way. back up to 90. I think 90 is pretty much the max of my speed a truck can go. They're going to be heading right here. Going up. Got the Volvo to start. Oh, nice. I don't know if the Scania is in the American Truck Simulator, but that's the one I have here. I think Volvo's in both of them. You bought 2 more and you hired some workers. Nice. Probably start rolling in the money once you start hiring people, eh? Oh, you're trying on an international. Oh, okay. $167 kilometers to go. We're getting there. You like it so far? Did you get a wheel too, or are you using the controller, or what? You just do the long hauls. You got a sleeper in there, I bet. Need the sleeper. Although, not like you can just pull over to the side and sleep anywhere, but more immersive if you have the sleeper. Well, I guess you could just pluck the seat back and then sleep there too if you needed to. Keyboard and mouse. Stuff not bad. You'll get a wheel soon. This wheel I got here is like from 2005. If you look on Facebook Marketplace, if you don't want to dish out, you know, the $300 for the newer ones, if you look on the Facebook Marketplace, you could probably get one of these for $50 American, I bet. You know, just make sure the one you have is, you know, it's in good, looks like it's in good condition, has the pedals and hand wheel, you know. Or if you want to go newer, of course, there's the 920 and the G29 for Logitech, or the alternative Thrustmasters, depending on what company you prefer. The wheel does add a lot to it, to the experience, though, I'd have to say. So even if you get one of these ones for, you know, $50 or hopefully even less, then I think it's kind of cool. Oh, he has a wheel he might let you borrow. Nice. That's even better. Then you could see what you think of it and grab it down the road if you like it, you know. Try before you buy. Alright, we're down to 60 kilometers an hour here. We got 104 kilometers to go. Like some sort of other border, eh? What skills did you focus on as you went along? 'Cause I think I should have went with the long haul earlier than I did. X-ray inspection successfully passed. You may continue. Man, we're getting X-rayed? They're serious in this border. Long haul. Yeah, because I kind of went... The path I took was, fragile stuff first. Some of the, hazardous stuff. Then I kind of figured out later maybe it's really good to get the long hauling. I just wrapped that up not too long ago. And then went back into hazardous again. Get the last 3 of that. That's quite the process here, eh? Ten zillion gates to go through. Oh, where do we go? We're here, I guess. Then you unlocked all the certificates. Oh, okay. I still have the bottom 2 ones fairly empty, like the gas one and then the quick trip cargo or whatever it's called. Everything is in order. Still got more gates to go through up here, it looks like. It's kind of what I'd expect the Canadian-American border to look like if they ever add that. Although it doesn't. As a car, you don't see that much. You don't get the double gates, but you don't have. Well, geez, gotta go over here, eh? But maybe the trucks have to do all those inspections too. I don't know. You must have been going pretty hard on it, though. Do you turn off all the traffic rules, or have you been running it with traffic rules? Those slow you down quite a bit, actually. I find you gotta go the speed limit and all this stuff. I could imagine if you turn off speed and or stoplights and speed, you'd probably be able to do these routes so much faster. All rules on, nice, nice. What perspective do you like to drive in? Because I know some people like to drive over the shoulder. Get caught on red lights all the time because they game glitches on the green. Oh, really? Oh, so you're driving the same kind of perspective I am. Nice. I like going to the top view for parking, though. Drone view or whatever. I don't know if it has an official name. I'm still pretty bad at backing up. Get her back up to speed. Here we got 57 kilometers to go. Probably late, but hopefully we won't get nailed too bad. Yeah, second is nice for parking. So are you talking about that view for parking? Got a right turn coming up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been mostly doing that aerial view, like from straight up for parking. Some people are good at parking first person, but I haven't got that down. I'm not a very good backer upper in real life, though. I don't really have any experience with trailers. Although, like I said though, quite different with the wheel though. Like I was using an Xbox controller, but I found that the wheel's a lot different. At Asham, thank you for following, much appreciated. You can use a mouse and get the same angle. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess if you're moving the mouse around, you can change it up a bit. That's 50 here. 12 kilometers to go, guys. We're almost there. We'll see if we get stung. Hopefully we'll make it. Kind of a different light, eh? It lights everything up. Guess I can go closer. I find one thing I have a little bit of trouble with is on the lights. If you're too far ahead, I can't see the darn light. Then that right mirror blocks it off. Oh, and I keep getting tickets. I usually do the harder one now, lately. Sometimes I do the middle one. Although my character's or my guy's a little short on time for this run, but probably need to get the extra XP. Make up for lost XP. Oh, come on, dude, really? See this guy? Because I'm trying to get to that level 25, so all the XP the better. That's when a lot of trucks unlock, you know. The sleeping spot there, probably have to use that later. There's our destination. This has been a big trip, man, all the way From France to Turkey. We've been on the road a while. All right, look at that. Breaking the law, 53 out of 50. All right, Mohammed, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Where's our turn? Right here? That's gonna be a tough one there. Because of that, I think it'd be better if I went right and then up. But might make it a bit easier, you know? We'll see. Yeah, we'll just try to go a little bit over and then minimize how much. Oh. There we go, first try. Phew! Let's see what our results are. Late! Oh! $12,000 penalty. 400 XP penalty. Man, we lost like most of our fragile cargo bonus. Man, oh man. I can't believe that late. 5 hours late. We really got like... Oh, we're level 25 now. Nice. Yeah, these two open here. Guess that's probably the next best one, eh? Computer processors, 200,000. Where's that going? Up to Romania. 25. That one's better. $20,000 at $40 a kilometer. Job market. See if there's anything better. Does not always show them though. And that looks like the best one, but Those are in a different place. Oh, the wall panels, eh? I'm gonna buy a truck though, I think. Truck upgrades, truck dealers. It'll put us in a different spot. There's a Scania dealer right there. Alright, so I was looking at the biggest truck. Scania S high roof, I think it was. 730 horsepower. I wonder what the difference in fleet and oh, there's just one fleet one. Right, so this is the one we're looking at here. Look at that horsepower, man. What's the starting price of this one? $150,000. Trade-in value. I don't want to trade in though. All right. Those look good. Already got a good chassis, I think. I don't really know anything about this stuff, to be honest, but we've got the best engine. Transmission's the best. Interior. Exclusive V8. Can I look around in it? Oh, that's the right hand wheel. There we go. I don't know. That one seems good. Really? There's no... King Griffin. What happened to those other paint jobs with the hockey player on it? That sucks. I wanted the hockey player. Those look kind of fun, but only has a bird on it. King of the road. Heavy duty universal. Gears. It's the only one with the Canada flag, eh? I mean, that's kind of boring. Well, that one's kind of cool looking, I guess. Oh, nah, I don't know about that. It's not bad. Or maybe that one. Oh, there's something at level 30. And all the lights. Exclusive. Oh, it seems fine, I guess. Add like a thing on top. Guess it doesn't like that one. Gonna be an expensive truck in the end. Chrome's fine.
I got a taste of the real world. I got battered on the North Shore. It gave me comfort when I always knew that. I always knew that you were there for me next door. I lived it hard on the long road.
I don't know what I changed there.
Zip code. I get lonely, but I always
Well, it's back there.
knew that your heart I could call home. And nothing could have burst in our way. Whether it all falls down, whether it all falls through. I know that you'll be waiting there for me.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Even if I get knocked down, even if I get pushed through, I know you'll be standing there for me, strong like a statue, oh like a statue, statue, oh like a statue, statue, oh like a statue, statue. I'm trying to talk to the people that want to talk to me back. Have a real conversation without all the attack. You always gave me the pass. You never took without ass. Never the tit for the tat. Now that's a friend of the max. You were always like that though. Came
To make the most expensive truck going, guys.
always jamming in the front row. Good vibes, Bella Santo. And nothing could have burst in our way. Whether it all falls down, whether it all falls through. I know that you'll be waiting there.
There we go. That's on the Beastie Boys plane. You watch the Beastie Boys, like, look at the License to Ill. Front logo. What do we have? Just that one. Exclusive chrome. Stock is the only kind, I guess. There we go. We got LED strobes. Or add more lights. I don't know what that means. Sure, that'd be annoying as crap, eh? If there's someone with that many strobe lights. Front bumper. No, I don't want really low. Low plastic. Low paint, no lights. So that one has more lights. We definitely want more lights. We've doubled the value of our truck. Once again, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Door steps. Ninja. What's this one? We gotta have ninja ones, I guess. That one's ninja as well then. Tires. DD. Better on gas. Noise. The noise is less than these ones. Not as good on the rain, I guess, but. American Dream. There we go. I guess these ones you don't have much choice. I got like 8 zillion tires to do, eh? Side badge. Door handles. Well, plastic and chrome's nicer than paint, isn't it? Oh, good. It changed the tires over here too. All right, I think we're done on the outside. What's up, Hydra? Thank you for liking. I'm shopping for a new truck. These are all strobe lights. Alright, let's decorate the inside too. Did you see my plate? 3MTA3. That's from the Beastie Boys album. I don't see it. Oh, it's still on. It's on the outside. That's why. Portable navigator. Sun visor. Chrome luxury. Like 3 moons on the side. And a girl baking. It'll go faster with flame. This is gonna be like a super truck because this is the level 25 truck. I don't want junk in the way of the windshield. Curtains I don't really want because that's just another thing in the way. Oh, here we go. Exclusive wheel. We can get a wood wheel. There, let's put that. That looks nice, eh? Bikini. Oh, not baking? We got accessory slots. Look, we can get like a ball. I don't know if that is good or not, but put like a bunch of them on there apparently. Evelyn, thank you for following. Much appreciated. House of Hydra and Mustakim, thank you for the House of Hydra for liking. Mustakim for following. Background light. Oh, look at that. Just can't add any other lights. Air conditioner items. What's this one? It's like a CB. The smelling sack. I don't know, that seems good, I guess. Console items. Look, we could put a cup on the console. Endless nourishment. What is that? Sunglasses, a wallet. Half-eaten sandwich. Oh, that's a compass. Rugged cap. You pay $330, but a wallet there, eh? Well, that's cheaper than the $1,000 sandwich. I think I'll go with the compass. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I can do this. Oh, that's the center floor. Look at all the stuff you can get. Get a purse, handbag, some water. What's that? Dr. Pepper? Probably good to have a fire extinguisher, eh? Breakfast cereals, cups of soup. Choco balls. I'll go for safety or water. I think safety is cooler. Seat items. You can put some stuff on the seat. Laptop. Euro Truck book. Euro Truck magazine books. That's the game box. Delivery report. That seems official, eh? Only $5. Spent $3,000, put a laptop there. I wonder if that thing lights up. Holy crap, man. We can do stuff back here too. Oh, that's this thing. Pillows. Oh, here we go. Bed items. We can get another laptop. We put too many computers in, they'll think we're up to something, eh? There's a flame pillow, Bam Bam Bigelow style. That's pretty awesome, eh? Home sweet home. That looks like it's out of place. You know, like it almost seems like it's too much in your face there, but there, I guess we'll get a $90 pillow. You know, so far that one's been the coolest because it lights up. This one might light up too. We'll try the skull, I guess. Side mirror. What did I have there before? Mohammed, thank you for liking. Relations to a single taken trucker. There we go. I don't think we can get more stuff in it. All sorts of wheels, eh? Carbon ball is the one I have there. I think 2 is enough though. Confirm. Pretty cool looking, eh? I would have put the hockey player picture on it, but it's not on this truck. So I can purchase it or trade in. 400 grand. Oh crap, I don't have any space in my garage? After all that? Well, crap, now I gotta redo it all. Okay, so it's 400 grand is what's gonna cost. So I guess apparently I gotta upgrade my garage first. Garage slots available. So I gotta actually go and buy a garage, I guess. Yeah, I'm in level instructors now. Where am I in the world right now then? I'm down here still. There's no like realtor thing, I guess, eh? Garage purchase. Buy more garages. Alright, well I guess we know how much it's gonna cost for the truck. Maybe if we go up to Romania. That'll be a pretty good central spot. Fireworks, cool. Alright, I guess what we'll do is we'll go up to there. And then there'll probably be a garage in that area too. We'll bring some fireworks up. And I'll just check that map there. So you gotta have an extra garage for the extra vehicle. So we'll go grab that. There's a garage right there though. This doesn't matter where your garage is, really. I have a garage in Turkey. Let's see how much it is. I think there's lots of bays in this one. $180,000. Alright, we got a nice garage now. Like 3 bays. Yeah, and then I could fit 3 trucks in that one. Then I'll go back and buy that other truck, I guess. Truck dealers. Still got lots of money. Now we gotta recustomize the darn thing, eh? That was good. That was good. That was good. You want the UK one, want the regular one? Coke will always reign. Just drink Diet Pepsi all the time, really. The only Canada flag one available. This is the next coolest one, but this one's actually 50 grand too, eh? King Griffin. I think this one's actually nicer. You could change it too. I don't even know what that's changing. Alright, well, it doesn't matter, I guess. That was the one we were doing before. Alright, guys, look at this. Awesome or what? And I'll be able to even buy more trucks after, too. I want a beacon on it, looks dumb. I like it better like that. Chrome. Chrome. Guess windshield frame is standard. Stock. I don't know if it looks better with those ones or that one. Why does this one have the yellow thing, I wonder? What do those look like? I don't think the lights serve much practical use, really. I don't know what a bull bar is. Oh, that's kind of cool. We can add more lights. Found a way to get it more expensive, eh?
I got a taste of the real world.
Front bumper.
Battered on the North Shore. It gave me comfort when I always knew that. I always knew that you were there for me next door. I lived it hard on the long road. I ran through every single zip code. I get lonely, but I always knew that. I always knew that your heart I could call home. And nothing could have burst and denied.
We're gonna low grill guard.
Whether it all falls down, whether it all falls through. I know that you'll be waiting there for me when I come through. Even if I get knocked down, even if I get pushed through. I know you'll be standing there for me, strong like a statue. Oh, like a statue, statue. Oh, like a statue, statue. Oh, like a statue, statue.
You need lots of lights.
Wanna talk to me back, have a real conversation without all the attack. You always gave me the pass, you never took with that ass, never the tip of the tat. Now that's a friend
I didn't even notice some of these things last time.
like that though.
We got lucky.
In town, sure. Always jamming and
Lucky or unlucky, one of the two.
good vibes, Bella Santo.
And nothing could have burst and in our way. Whether it all
Ninja stairs.
I know that you'll be waiting there for me when I come through. Even if I get knocked down, even if I get pushed through. I know you'll be standing there for
You change your color of your tires or something? I guess it doesn't matter. Paint it whatever color you want, though. Lighting's fine. Wasim, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Dog V8. What's this one? Well, that's stock. There we go, guys. I think we got lots of money, eh? Don't want curtains. Or if you get more lights later or something. Yeah, those look dumb. Let's use that. What was that? What did I have here? I can't remember now. Lunchbox. It was a laptop, wasn't it? There, there's a laptop there. There we go. I think that was pretty close to everything. Okay, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. All right. Oh, we need something here. I don't know if that lights up or not. If it lights up, that'll be cool. If it doesn't, this one's still the coolest one. I was hoping that would light up. And that's not double dice, so definitely that one. That's the curtains and the chrome thing. Anything up there? There we go. We're gonna have power. What's this thing again? Oh, that's the light. So $430,000 from a starting price of $150,000. Seems fine, I guess. That's probably the best, eh? The maneuverability is not very good, though. I guess it's because of the chassis, eh? Normal, it's not very good for normal cargo. I wonder if it's bad to have low normal cargo. I don't know, I guess we can always change it later if we need to. Where do you want to send your current truck? We'll send it there. First, pick your destination garage. Alright, hopefully this truck's awesome. Ooh. We'll probably haul anything with this one, eh? Alright. So, one other thing I gotta do. Go to a recruitment agency now. Leo, thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. We'll hire a driver. So I guess their skills probably improve after. What's this one? I guess they're all the same, eh? Oh, this guy's only 0.8. Okay, so they have different skills here. The Linda V has like that. She can't really haul that stuff or breakable stuff, but she can be efficient on gas and timely deliveries. These guys have 2. So they're a little bit higher rated, 1.7. .8 for these guys. Well, they charge $1,500 finder's fee, I guess. These guys are a bit cheaper, some of them, eh? $355. The best ones are here. I guess it's not that much different. $10. Looks like their charge is about the same though. This one's fuel efficient for 2. I don't know what that star thing is. Maybe that's like the valuable ones. So these two are the best drivers, it looks like. This one's more fuel efficient, this one can go longer distances. And that one's pretty fuel efficient. $10.50 a kilometer, $3.66 a delivery. Maybe that one might be the best. This one's got like 3 dots. You can do long distance and fuel efficient. Charges the same as the other one. And can do timely deliveries. Same distance. So she's got 3 dots. These guys have 3 dots. So I don't know as far as what's better. I think the long distance and eco fuel would be good. But she has a timely delivered distance and eco fuel. Charges the same. Looks like all these ones with 3 dots charge the same. I don't know, I guess we'll hire Linda there. Sounds like she's a little more evenly distributed with that just-in-time thing. Maybe it might be good. Gotta go in the same garage here because that's where that truck is. Drive my old truck. Okay, so if you get more trucks, they can make the dough. I mean, we could even, sounds like we could even get them working, you know? Yeah, none of these guys are any better. And I'd have to buy another truck for another one. Although I guess you could get a basic truck or something, eh? As far as it goes, you can probably get a whole bunch on the go. We won't worry about that. I want to see how this other truck I just bought drives. Am I still marked for that job? Yeah. All the fireworks. And see if this one's really hard to drive. Turn on the lights. All right, which way? Right. It'll take a little getting used to it. This new truck, eh? It will expand our empire. Cool skull and all. We'll see how it looks at night. Guess I could have repaired that other truck first before giving it to that lady. Oh, I guess I gotta go straight. This one has a lot more oomph, that's for sure. Doesn't feel too bad for maneuverability. Oh, here we go, guys. This is the new truck. This is awesome. $500,000 truck, man. If they had Teslas available, I'd get a Tesla, and then we'd put it up to $1 million probably. To buy a garage. We'll start making the real money soon, though, because that lady will earn us a coin too. What? This thing's like 1,800 kilometers away. Where am I going? Stop right there for a second. Where am I? Oh, I'm up in Dresden. I have to find something a little closer.
It's like a gravitational push on the ground for the kush, like a fire in the bush. I burn 10 feet tall to the sky and I'm ready to cook. I'm on a mission for the greatest.
Kind of weird to transport it all the way back to there.
This pen is like a claw and I can't stop it from tearing the pages. This is one for
Here's one that's 61,000.
but his crime never betrayed us. And now
Compares.
I'm weightless, and all the lost boys are currently hating, debating whether or not I can be stopped to be tamed and put in cages. But I'm gonna drag them all down like
That one, eh? Tech part, $60,000 or $18,000. Little trip. How much is the 60,000 per kilometer? Where'd it go? Oh, pairs right there. $30 a kilometer.
stay down below in your negative high rise. Find the answer behind your own eyes. Whoop whoop whoop, it's all a surprise. Back it up sideways, it's time to revise. Open skies, open mind. Remember, open skies and open
Let's do that one. Istanbul. Not Constantinople.
never land.
There we go, it's closer. It's only 100 kilometers away. There's like 3 GPSs now. I still gotta sleep. Should have took the tech part one. Maybe I still should. Job market. Those things are a pain in the butt to transport, but where's it gone? There it is right there. All right, 115 kilometers. There we go. First time we've signaled with this truck. What's the horn sound like? There we go. My guy's tired. Getting places. I got yawn a bunch of times, but we'll get there in an hour and a bit. I guess Dresden's pretty big. This one's a lot noisier than the other truck, eh? Alright, before we get asleep here, we're red now. I think we can get 73 kilometers though without crashing. We'll find out though. Oh well, thank you for following, much appreciated. My brand new truck. Let's see what it's like driving a massive tech bar with this guy. This truck's a beast. Alright, quit that yawning, buddy. Got a job to do. Yeah, this one doesn't... I guess this one doesn't turn quite as nice, but... There we go. Thank you for following, much appreciated. We're rushing to get to the job so our guy doesn't fall asleep. 30 kilometers is pretty close. We got the best Scania truck going now. It's not me yawning, guys. It's the truck driver in the game. It's got gauges for everything, eh? If you look at the odometer, you'll see we haven't even gone that far yet. The other truck is actually a little easier to read, but I can't tell how much gas this one has remaining. Guess we'll figure it out sometime here. And every light. The guy's getting tired, he's fading. Alright. Go in the middle here more. What's that guy hauling? Bunch of crap. Oh, our first ticket. First ticket with the new truck. And this is the longest 30 kilometers ever. Oh, I'm getting tickets for sleeping now, or not being tired now. Let's go before I get another ticket. Oh crap, there's another ticket. There wouldn't be a cop blaring his sirens at you for that though. Yeah, first big run here is going to be a big giant tech part. Right in here. All right. Massive tech part. Big job. We're not very good for normal cargo. Optimized for heavy haulage. There we go. We're driving hours are restored. Look at that big thing, eh? Lady doing selfies there. Guy scrubbing the back of that. Agent 47's on the back of the truck. All right. This is the first test of the new truck. I don't know what the best balance is for these trucks, but we'll get lots of money. We'll get more trucks down the line. We'll have an entire fleet. I don't have to worry about lights because we're being escorted. Oh, I hit the sign back there. There we go. Things are going pretty smooth so far. Sandeep, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You look in our rear view mirrors off to the sides here. We're hauling a big mother. Big old wide load here. I think we're gonna be turning. Let's go. What are we waiting for? I can't even go around him because I have to be behind my escort.
My heart is making it so crazy. You need to see the shape I'm in. It's hard for me to get sleep lately. You got my whole world in a spin. Right from the start, you had a place in my heart. It really made good sense to me.
Can't remember what the bigger horn is. We'll tell him. Let's go. He can adjust the seat. Ooh. Alright, is this guy ever gonna move or what? Gonna look something up real quick here. Escort van glitch. Almy, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Huh. I don't know, maybe we just gotta wait for it, I guess. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. I'm gonna push my escort vehicle. And we can load the checkpoint. There we go. Now we're going. That was ridiculous. Was it a glitch or something, eh? Although we might still have to balance our vehicle a bit more, I think. I don't know, it's good to be able to haul the giant things here, but... I think the normal load might be a bit better. We'll figure it out though. It's kind of funny. We're going like around or what? Or we were underneath there before, maybe. Come on, go over, buddy. If I go sooner than him, then he'll... fail me. Psychic. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hauling a giant load with the new truck here that I just got. All right. We're getting places though. $200 to go with this giant box that we're hauling. This CAC, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I apologize, I'm probably butchering your name there. Alright, you guys. This is the maiden voyage of my new truck. There's people up on the bridge there waving. Look at they're cutting them off. Okay, we got a tunnel up here. So be careful. I got really stuck on a tunnel the first time I transported one of these giant boxes. I'm gonna go towards the middle more. Alright, we're getting places though. 149 kilometers to go. We're going into Poland now, it looks like. $124 kilometers to go. We're getting blazes. So here you go, guys. The new truck's gonna make it, I think. Got some power, man. $100 kilometers to go. All right, so I don't know what the good balance is for whether I should maybe go for a slightly different balance, you know, so it does normal a bit higher. Gafar, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Making good time on this one, though. Must be getting better at the game, eh? Alright. So, we got 61 kilometers to go with this one. It's starting to get a little dark, but we should be able to make her no problem. I don't know if those eyes light up on that thing. I don't think they do. Yeah, and thank you for following. Much appreciated. And we're hauling all the good stuff here. We got a driver now. Make sure we give room for that. I don't want to run into that stuff. There we go. $50 kilometers to go. Quick 20G. Rez, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well, everybody. Thank you for being here. Oh, we're changing lanes. Here's where we gotta be careful. Oh crap. A little stuck on the rail there. Overall, we're doing all right though. Down box. There we go. Phew. Nita, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Still gotta remain behind this vehicle. But I don't want to get too close to that rail either. We're getting places. About there. Man, my guy's tired though. Mark, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I wonder if this guy's gonna keep going straight and let me go on my own. It looks like it. Looks like I'm pulling straight ahead there. Hopefully that's in the middle. There we go. I just had to make sure I was in the area. Excellent! It's like 5 bars of XP. $78,000 for this trip. $25 a kilometer. What does this mean? Important. I don't know what day it is today. Monday. How far is it? I was down there. Oh, that's everywhere. Where am I? Roclaw. BW. No Roclaws around here, eh? No starting points is Roclaw. Oh crap! Linda V. Sleeping? Looks she's just losing money for us. Oh, she's hauling scrap metals. He's finishing in 8 hours. What's the purple one mean? Like probably a toll booth or something. No, we gotta rest anyway. I'm surprised these guys don't have a load I can take there, because there's a trailer right there. Oh crap. I was gonna hit the fence. Well, they got a couple things. Let's take some milk. I don't know if this truck is really better than the other one. I mean, it's got the more power, so, you know, I wouldn't run into the problem where, you know, I'm getting pulled back down on a hill. I mean, I could throw the 730 horsepower engine into the other one and it'll probably handle the heavier loads a lot better. Oh crap. Gotta get the milk somewhere. All right. Alright, so with this, we're going to take the milk there. Maybe I might check out a garage on the way, I don't know. Or maybe we might just wait till I eventually get something, you know, where I have to do repairs, you know? We'll see. It lights up the road a bit better. There's some rest stops up there. We could stop up there. Don't really need to gas up. We just need to rest, though. Guess this is the truck lane. Oh crap. 1% damage. Or damage to my trailer here too. Yeah, we're gonna tag the trailer. That fit. Way less time to get in an accident with this one, eh? There we go. We'll smack them around a bit, get them out of our way. The next one probably would have been easier to pull into. Still quite a hike to get to where we need to go here, though. 1,400 kilometers. Alright, so 21 hours of game time. Big haul. So as far as this one goes, this new truck has a lot more power, but it's not quite as maneuverable. And you can't get a cool Canadian paint job on it like the other one, but that's the disadvantages. Alright, so we're gonna have to figure out a good way to balance it, I think, though. Although that driver I hired is in the lap of luxury because I got super good truck for her, you know. So we got another toll booth coming up. Uma, thank you for following, much appreciated. Pay the $11 that. dude. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. It's awesome. All right. We're hauling the goods here. We're hauling milk. We're a milkman right now. Of course, there's a car there. All right. Ack, thank you for following. Much appreciated. New month now, guys. You know, April. Awesome. I'm still learning a lot about this game. I've been playing it for a bit now. This is the second truck. I just bought it. Location, I am in British Columbia, Canada. Where are you at? But yeah, I'm learning a bit about the game here because I think I could probably get a better balance and still have it still pull weight really well. Because I think it'd be better to have a well more rounded truck. Oh crap, look at it, I lost $640 for speeding. Getting crazy with the speed. Not the worst speeding ticket though, I've had way higher. Or if you mean in the game, I think I'm in Poland in the game. I'm in Toll Booth City is where I am. They have so many toll booths. There we go. All right, so we're gonna be moving here, getting the speed up. Into another toll booth or something, I don't know. Construction zone, I guess. Ah, they're just standing around. Marwin, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I think 80 is the speed I have it set to. Another toll booth coming up. Alright, going through here. The plane. And you know, you guys could probably use a little bit more distance between your tolls. Like, what's up with that? William, thank you for liking, much appreciated. We're swinging right, coming up. Pepsi for sure. Pepsi is good. This is a new truck. I just bought this one. You play the Euro truck enough to tell me the good balance of between the heavy stuff and the not heavy stuff, though? Because the normal's really low on this one. Ooh, there's a plane going over. You see that? Blocked the light for a second. Alright, so probably jump up to 90 here, eh? Oh, 80 still. Well, you're riding the curve a lot and it sure moves your wheel around. Let's go over there by accident. Oh, it's gonna get windy, eh? Look at that. Very busy road here, eh? Holy crap, guys. Alright, so we're climbing the biggest mountain ever. Good thing we have the power, I guess, eh? I got the power. Alright, white car, get going. Dropping me on a hill here. Alright, so we're going to the right. We're okay for gas. Like the super windiest road, but all right. Good thing we're not driving like Speed, eh? Like the movie Speed. All these guys keep slowing down. Alright, so 90 kilometers an hour, guys. I have to pass all these guys, eh? Keep going. One car passing over there. Oh, there's no truck plowing does here or something. Alright, well, we passed all the white cars anyway. Maybe these guys will be turning to the right or something. That'd be alright. One of them did. I go straight, Red. Ashley, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're hauling milk. Big trip, this one. Like offering the biggest trips now. Lots of money. So our sleep is half level now. We're okay still. Pretty nice area this is, wherever we're at. There's a balloon. $80 here? Nope, 90. So we're not speeding. We're getting places though. Going all over the place. Looks like we'll probably up our speed though. No, we can't because it's changed. What? I didn't even see that car. I tell you, these guys and their hidden cars, eh? I think we're going off to the side here. Oh crap, of course there's accident or something here. I think the accident's on the far side. No, of course it's down here where we're going. Well, there's no detour. Yeah, just one car. Worth it. If it would have been a helicopter, we wouldn't have been able to get through. What's up on their wall there, eh? Weird brick. Alright, back up to 80 here. Alright, so we're going to keep an eye on the bed icon, but we're going to try to push it as long as we can, too. Excuse me. Oops. We're getting places. Seems curvy enough. It should be probably a little bit slower, but so we're careful, right? Oh, sunflowers, man. Shaving off valuable minutes. $90 here again, though. $70 here now. Jumping all over the place, guys. Guess we're turning to right. All right. 904 kilometers. Our bed's getting close to being completely blue. Happy Good Friday, by the way, everybody. Oh crap, that guy went. Bus gonna try to squeeze in there. Oh, speeding ticket. Crap, dudes. Here's the truck dealer. Go in there and see if we can modify it a little bit to optimize a bit. Oh crap, got stuck on something. This one has enough horsepower you can just pull through. Thank you for following. So it doesn't really do it down too badly. The heavy cargo really drops that, but it brings the normal cargo up quite a bit. This one here brings the heavy cargo down. So on that one, it's like pretty strong. That one really balances it quite a bit. Looks like we reset the paint anyway. So that one looks like it's a good balance. Maybe. What brings that normal cargo up? That's a little more balanced. I don't know how that would help with normal cargo, but I think makes a big difference, eh? And let's reset like everything. By reducing the chassis from 6 or 3 extra wheels to 2. Gave us a lot more maneuverability and the normal cargo a bit better. Yeah, I don't know what that all does. Our paint job back. Oh, now we can do that one. I guess different places have different paint jobs. Well, we can do the hockey player one. Nice. Something we changed, I guess. I guess the 6-wheel one doesn't have as much options. Yeah, well, that's way cooler. That back, we got all the lights. Got the horns. That looks better. Chrome. That. If there's more options because we're slightly different shape now, you know?
Take a look at yourself, tripping over your own 2 feet. Your jaw hit the floor, cause you can't believe it's me.
Cool, it's got a maple leaf on the back.
Not a kid anymore, baby, I'm a full-grown man. Let you catch your breath, then catch me if you can. You used to just pass me by, like I wasn't worth your time. Now you can't
Okay, we can get new fancy things. Ninja still.
take a picture, babe, go ahead and post it online. Tag all your friends, you remember that high school guy. I'm not
That's good. It's funny, he was changing the one thing there, made it more maneuverable and gave me more choices of paint jobs and everything. I wonder if you could change that black to blue or something though. That'd be kind of cool. How many lights do we have? We have like tons of lights now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 lights. But we still got most of our accessories on the inside. It's not as cool. We gotta go to Rocket League. That one glows. Refunds total to pay. There, we'll see if that's better. Where's the drone view? Oh, we still got the truck, so that's good. We gave up a little bit of power, but I think overall the truck will probably run better. Plus we got a hockey player on the side now. That's pretty awesome. But we gotta sleep still. That garage didn't add any time, I don't think. Like I would have been really tired waiting for them to fix the truck up. Oh crap, speeding violation. Okay, we'll pull into the next one, sleep. That'll put us 844. Maybe I should push it till he yawns some. Alright, we're getting close to where he needs to sleep anyway. They're probably thinking in its gas station it's the coolest vehicle they've ever seen. Oh, he's starting to yawn anyway. Alright. Well, perfect timing, I guess. There we go. Light up the whole road with our 24 lights. John, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You want to see something cool, John? I don't know if you can see it, but let's try to pull to where I can show you the side of my truck. Look at that. Hey? Like the best truck design ever. Got a little hockey puck. I know you're secretly impressed. And there you go. My new truck. It actually looked different, but I found it was better. I modified it to that. Because it had like many tires before. This gave a better balance to just cut down 2 wheels. There you go. Probably makes it more fuel efficient too, I bet. Alright, so here we go, folks. 785 kilometers to go. We probably will have to sleep one more time. But we'll be really close. I don't think we can drive 12 hours without sleeping. Take a quick look if that laptop is on. Oh, flying all over the road. I don't see it. I'm gonna do a loop-de-loop up here. Look up on that bridge. Bringing the milk cross country here. In case you guys were wondering what I'm hauling. Into Romania. I guess we should turn left. All right. Feels like it's driving a little better. Come on, light change. Darn light. Joel, but thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, we're going to be taking a right up here. Got our new truck here, which is awesome. Turning left, coming up. And then we're gonna be going 698 kilometers. Ooh, that was close. I almost got the guy with my trailer. Get the cruise back on. 698 or 88. What's this? Border? Alright, going in the border. Here's my document, sir. Thank you very much. They're unloading stuff over there. That's a bump, eh? I don't know what would happen if I exceeded it. Oh crap. I was in a hurry to pull in there. Alright, you guys, we're back on the road, I think. Phew, this border stuff, man. 648 kilometers to go. Stay on target. Ikram, thank you for liking, much appreciated. At least we're kind of in the day now, eh? Okay, guys. 600 kilometers. Counting down. We're making good time now. Oh, crap. We can even go up to 100. Making better time. And this truck can handle it, too. My other one couldn't get to 100. Oh, maybe this one can't either. Oh, crap. There's a plane. Alright, we're getting places. Back up. Bob, thank you for following. Much appreciated. There's a fruit stand, eh? Okay, guys. 526 kilometers. I don't know if we can make it without sleeping or not, but we'll see. Our character's about half tired. Get her back right up to 80. Get back onto this one. I wasn't sure if I had to turn down or not. Guess not. We're getting there. How are you? I'm good, thank you. How are you? Where are you from? I'm in British Columbia, Canada. Always nice that get to meet people from all over the place here on Facebook. Hopefully we can make it to our destination real quick here, eh? My new truck. I just bought this truck in the game here. If you look down on the odometer, you can see that it only got 1,400 kilometers on it. Oh, nice. That's awesome. What time is it for you? It's 1 a.m. here. Just about. You must be in the afternoon, eh? Amazing drive. Well, thank you. I don't know. You missed the parts where I mess up. Sometimes it's pretty rough. Sometimes it goes pretty well. I'm getting better at it though. Yeah, just about crashed there, eh? Almost. Well, I don't know if it's just about, but it was, probably should have took her a little bit easier. Well, 50 here, the speed limit's 50. I'm gonna take it. So I guess what you gotta do is once you get lots of money, you gotta start buying garages. It seems garages and extra trucks. Justin, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We were at some sort of port or something, eh? $411 kilometers. We might make it without sleeping. Nice looking area. Now we got a tunnel. Looks like we're closing in. 383 kilometers to go. These trips are getting long though, I tell you. Holy cow. Takes a couple hours to do a drive. A big old cross up there, eh? Alright, you guys. We're getting places though. I don't know if I can still get it or not. Just 5 hours and 45 minutes game time. Oh, Linda V made some money. Made us $1,000. Alright. Speeding just a bit. We're okay though. Right on the line. Main, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Ah, crap. $3,000? Holy crap, man. That's like 3 times what Linda just made. Because of a stupid speed trap. Asper, thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys. 304 kilometers to go. Gotta be careful here. We don't want to get another ticket. Alright, so 40 going up this. There we're going a little bit fast. 46, 44. Now it's 70. We go up to 80 soon. There's 80. Just in time for that turn up there, though. There's another garage. We should buy that over here, eh? We'll have to roll up some money first. They don't have very good parking spots out front in their houses. The grass. When does this do? 9 hours. So I don't think we can sleep. Alright, you guys. Making good time, though. Hopefully our guy can stay awake for 4 hours. No, she made another 400 bucks, almost a couple more trips, and she'll pay out my ticket I had earlier. Young, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Uh-oh, he's starting to yawn. The right turn coming up. The bed is red. Darn it. Still 188 kilometers to go. I don't think you can make that. Go and sleep, I guess. We'll have to take the bang. How much is this one? 180? Guess so. Give new mail. Let's rest for only a couple hours, buddy. See, at 0, I'm late. Darn it all. Come on, let's go. Forward. It's only actually two hours away, but my guy was starting to fall asleep, so you know I didn't have a choice. Bummer to that, eh? I only have $100,000 too because I bought another garage. Oh, better late than never, I guess. Because my guy had to sleep at the beginning of that trip. Alright, you guys. 148 kilometers to go. Look at all the controls this thing has, eh? Alright, we're gonna make a right up there. Alright, so 80 kilometers we can go. Put on the gas. I think we're getting close though. We're under 100 kilometers. Then we will be able to get this in, and then we'll hopefully not get too bad of a penalty for being late. Hard to see these cars coming, eh? Alright, we're getting places now. Alright, you guys. 65 kilometers an hour and 65 kilometers to go. So it looks like we can go up to 80 here. Oh crap. Ran over the sidewalk there. Got a border to cross too, crap. Man, lots of borders today, eh? Holy crap. We're good. We're getting through. "42 kilometers. Another border coming up. Ah, crap. 800 bucks. We're only 11 over. Well, thank you for following. Much appreciated. X-ray inspection. Given I'm not transporting people back there. Like, it feels like I'm gonna hit that stupid gate thing. "35 of the longest kilometers ever." All these border checks. Adrian, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright guys, we're almost there though. 35 kilometers away. There's no way we would have not fallen asleep, so we had to take the late. Our character was very tired. MD, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Here we can see our actual destination up there. Man, that was quite the hike. Turn on the gas. No, 80 here. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. Looks like we gotta go right down there and then underneath. Well, at least we'll be fairly well refreshed for the next trip. Oh crap. All right, where do they want it? Right there? Okay. Oops. Other way. Closing up, good. On our first try. Late. 192 XP sting. Darn it. That's half our distance bonus. We got some good XP though. What do you got? Cars. Romania. That one's up to there. This one's the closest. Not the closest, but it's the best money. And it's fragile. We'll get lots of bonuses. Look like nice cars too. All right, we got them. All right, guys, I'm tired, so I figure that's a good spot as any to call it a night. So if you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. Tomorrow is hockey day, so I'll play the hockey and NHL, and then back to probably Euro Truck the day after. The poll result is 44% for Coca-Cola, 24% for Pepsi, 18% for Dr. Pepper, and 15% for Mountain Dew. That's pretty interesting. I thought it would kind of be a little closer there for some of that, and I thought Mountain Dew would actually do a lot better. But that's kind of interesting. So we have a winner. If you haven't followed again, please follow. And of course, for if you want to check out my YouTube, I make a clip of something. Usually the next day after the stream, but you could view many clips that I have so far at youtube.com/callstar. Link is in the description. Also in my TikTok, if you want to check that out, the link's in there too. And even if you're watching this video after the fact, hitting like and hitting share helps a ton. Thank you all for everything. Whatever role you played, whether that was watching or talking or liking or sharing, that's all super awesome of you. Thank you for everybody who was here. So hopefully we'll see you in the near future. I normally start at 7 o'clock Pacific time, but if you want to know for sure, type !notify, and it'll alert you. And of course, we'll hopefully see you again in the near future. But thank you again. It'll host somebody, so I say hi.